天呐，yeah. Hi guys, welcome back. And we got a problem, and the reason is that we couldn't really open the study live stream in some efficient way, and the computer was collapsed, and so that we should reopen again, and there is no battery, and a lot of problems are confronts, and we need make a lot of notes, and so that we begin again, and kind of make notes about why the things was not functioning and what is actually going on. And the majority problem is now that the Google one hint was flow away, and that like we can kind of note here that as Google blue bar, so to say, um, blue bar. But I kind of know who did that, and very like the Abani classmates, and that Google Google 蓝条, so to say, and what else is that what else is that we got the problem about we got the problem about Google 蓝条 in new computer. And the date was not in the title because they think that is inefficient, and so kind of like in this way to suggest. And otherwise is that the when you put in input 60 seconds, and you can look upon, like there are a lot of hacks, so that kind of also solve the problem. And besides is that this small pad got a lot of problems. For example, that this one can automatic like when you yeah, I don't know how to explain that can auto jump some small programs, like for example, flip over and the Google website, and they can directly change the pages. And because I want to find what the time exactly now, and I found is like yeah, already put in a title, so there is no worry about. And otherwise, like this kind of small pad very sensitive, and so that what else just happened, and I cannot remember that much, and conscious flow was going very fast, and that's why we keep on doing what we usually do. And so let's think in this kind of way, how to accelerate this kind of time point. And a lot of programs a lot of programs I jump out, and I haven't really saw before the 哎我天呐 the streaming for show. But finally today I first got the blackened screen, and then afterwards the automatic open like screen for show, and then finally I can input a time point in the etc. And there are also small programs like sorry, I don't want to talk that much anymore, and the reason is that if they talk about some acid hanako and acid pepper and acid everything, and they always saying that if you can without any others confirmation and directly jump into other one's system and to manipulate the programs like website for them, and then they will be fine. But I really don't think that's something that is correct, and so that I feel like my intimacy path beaten again, but we just ignore that. I don't really want every moment become so negative. It seems like also I don't follow the Peter Ma professor anymore, and but you don't need to be that negative, and only because you are so against some positive energy and etc. And so that's not should be that case, and so let's find out what it is going on. The second time was open was okay, and there are the yellow symbol, warning symbol came again, and so that in a sense, and you need a very about lot. And one is Natala, and the semester's seminar tutor him, and the kind of docent, but the docent is like a PhD student can also be docent, so to say, or I'm not sure docent only professor or whatever. And so I'm not sure about that. And so she is PhD at Latin American Institute at university, and so that something else missed before opening, like the new study live stream, is that a lot of new programs jump out, but we just save time for some important and interesting thing. And otherwise, we'll see what's going on, and I don't really prefer that much faculty person because usually they are poor and dirt, the dunkler energy, and but we still need to take care about whether and don't let the kind of like the guardian in the Saturn Alexander Plotkin to come into the private living space. And I don't have the discrimination to the people who, for example, like come from Africa and etc. But for example, like what I think back today, and if I at morning using that kind of energy when, for example, they wake me up, use that my Chinese name, uh, right half, and that kind of I can wake up because that was very bright energy, and that's very hurtful, and I certainly will not do that in my reality. But the problem is that if you, for example, like want to increase something um, in your conscious, and you better do that because kind of like foreign student based in a foreign country, and if you don't do means that the German possessing you will not do this and not benefits you. But for example, like if you break this kind of rule and you not very much align with the German side, but you still can or something for yourself. For example, if you buy something wrong, it means that they can't possess you, and they are wrong, and the conscious is wrong. So it is no matter the problem about some individual, right? Because it's their country, and they have the rights to direct you, for example, and if there are some mistake, for them errors, and then there would be would not to not blame that not their mistake, and so that's the reason. And otherwise, what is going on? We are charging this small pad. The charge speed was very fast, and we need to do a lot of things for university, and to keep that full potential, like the Yingliang and everything. And then happy to say two meet zuschauer in my YouTube channel. I house raised the and I how I wish that I don't have a conscious to this reality, and then then they can feel like free in my living environment, and so that the conscious will not very like restricted in the things like the nonsense thing. For example, like who cares about some individuals like who study at Germany and their life and their yeah, but the thought was much more important than their yeah their lifestyle, for example, from my point of view. And also also the problem is now it's kind of like me not very easy to not very easy to 哦有天天我的头干了 my cup okay fine. So let's rehearsal the let's rehearsal the lecture from this week. Tomorrow we got the econometric analysis, and I need to review that. And how I wish that I don't have counters to this reality, and it's not because that the current living environment was expensive and to rent, but the most reason is that if you don't have much conscious about this unimportant living environment, you can have more awakened conscious to what is important and etc. Yeah. 这个是我的一点想法。然后 in my study live stream, as you guys know, I speak 3 languages. And one is English, my preferred channel language, and there is something wrong and they want to remind you, but they don't have that energy. They don't have they don't be allowed and to tell you something. Then yeah. So这个其实就是 difference between arts and science， 主要是问题是，如果你是 arts 的话，你就有 lot of thinking， 然后你 lot of imagine， 然后如果是偏向于，就是我觉得也不是这个问题，但是和 black arts， 然后那边没有关系，但是问题是，如果你是其他的，比如说是 of science， 那就是sometimes you can only focus on what is actually existed. And that's why I guess okay, so 我们 talk enough, or we feel like enough talk about this current situation. We can finish that, and yeah, what we do is to change the camera position and make this space more feels like learnable and 要我天呐and what else? And I constantly recently be beaten by throat like this kind of area and linked with my stomach and intimacy part. Feels like devastating when you stand front the wash basin and they suddenly use something to like castle and etc. and from other side and to directly between you kind of felt like devastating. But nonetheless, let's focus on this kind of thing, study and into the mood and happy to have few people to watch my YouTube study live stream. Even usually somehow try to generate something that is unspeakable and like only exists in the conscious, and the other one shouldn't know how that works. And those kind of thinking pattern, if you, for example, like could have those kind of thoughts, would be rather great. But if it is not, don't mind. Still functioning, you can write word by word, like to examine what's actually within every second, what that means. Um, okay, fine. So what we do now is to delete the YouTube. Sorry, because the reason is that I cannot open Flow, and at least we have 1 GB, and all otherwise currently, or otherwise we can transfer the data and etc. So yeah, transfer some videos into the lots and into oh 天呐 into the okay, just delete it.我不知道为什么我脸啊！天呐天呐天呐天呐天呐，很疼！我的天呐，我不知道我学校里面他们的那个助教团，然后就不知道为什么，然后就是一直在拿什么像那种电器一样的那种什么东西，就是好像有点像那种抽管器还是什么东西，我也不知道，反正就一直在卡我的那个音啊，卡我的那个 intimacy part。然后我感觉很无奈，但是我也没办法。然后就所以像我上一个 YouTube app in iPad P Pro and 2 application，然后或者是 Unfan，然后这两个就在这个前面这里。然后 so and and fan and 然后再打开 Flow，呀，还是打不开，我的天！嗯。 奥斯沙滩，然后那个在厕所里面，反正右边转出个423，说那我就拿走。我觉得应该不是 intimacy part。然后他就说确实，但是我的那个Zeitreihe-Analyse，我已经很久年前，然后就写了那个Arbeit，就是我已经做了那个 Arbeit，我不需要再注册，我不需要再上那门课了，我的天呐！所以，你不需要跟我说去，所以我 haven't seen you before，然后我没有见过那个什么，我没有见过那个，我没有见过那个抠门，然后我跟对，我不知道为什么他要这样说，不过那就让他去说吧，反正，嗯，OK， so finally we don't have the Zeit Zeitweise，然后Speicherplatz cannot open the app，所以我们现在可以学习喽，然后行，那我们就 start。那个终于撤了。行。 Um, um, Okay.
线条前辈可一都活过。
Betrifft nicht nur Sachwerte, sie betrifft Gesundheit, Vertrauen und in vielen Fällen auch die Sicherheit am Arbeitsplatz und natürlich auch in den eigenen vier Wänden. Wir sorgen mit diesem Gesetz dafür, dass moderne Produkte verlässlicher sind, dass unsichere Geräte frühzeitig erkannt werden und dass Verbraucherinnen und Verbraucher wie auch Beschäftigte besser geschützt sind. So schaffen wir einen klaren, praktikablen und zeitgemäßen Rahmen für Produktsicherheit in Deutschland.
Diese Aussprache abschließende Rede hält kein Bedecker für die Unionsfraktion.
Herr Präsident, werte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, als wir vor wenigen Wochen zum ersten Mal dieses Gesetz beraten haben, habe ich das mit dem zarten kollegialen Hinweis verbunden, dass Sie sich um die Weihnachtsgeschenke Ihrer Liebsten rechtzeitig kümmern sollten. Wenn Sie das bisher noch nicht getan haben, dann müssen Sie sich jetzt langsam sputen. Aber damit befinden Sie sich wahrscheinlich in guter Gesellschaft mit Millionen von Landsleuten in Deutschland. Und diese gehen jetzt auf Online-Plattformen wie Shein oder Temu. Und genau für diese Menschen machen wir dieses Produktsicherheitsgesetz. Denn wenn wir uns anschauen, was da aus China und Co. kommt, dann sind 2/3 dieser Waren Ramschwaren, 1/4 davon ist hochgradig gefährlich und 40% allein davon kommt aus China. Und dieses Gesetz macht jetzt nichts anderes, als dem einen Riegel vorschieben, indem wir in Zukunft einfach Schluss machen, damit dass wir unterscheiden, ob ich aus der EU etwas kaufe oder außerhalb der EU oder ob ich etwas online kaufe oder in einem Laden. Wir behandeln in Zukunft alle Produkte gleich. Und deshalb, Herr Springer, ist das keine Belastung für den deutschen Mittelstand, sondern es ist endlich Wettbewerbsgleichheit für den deutschen Mittelstand gegenüber Billigimporten. Und insofern machen wir jetzt in diesem Gesetz noch eine Kleinigkeit, nämlich neben der Tatsache, dass wir gucken, wer importiert das Ganze, an wen kann ich mich wenden, ist das alles sicher und so weiter. Da packen wir jetzt noch dazu, dass das alles in deutscher Sprache sein muss. Und wissen Sie, da kann ich jetzt die Ablehnung der AfD wirklich nicht mehr verstehen. Normalerweise sind sie ja immer für harte Grenzkontrollen und wollen ständig wissen, woher was kommt. Aber hier lehnen sie das ab. Das versteht kein Mensch, meine Damen und Herren. Bei China machen sie beide Augen zu. Und noch ein anderer Widerspruch, Herr Springer, konnten sie nicht auflösen. In Brüssel, als dieses Gesetz entschieden worden ist im Europaparlament, haben fast alle Abgeordneten zugestimmt, auch die der AfD. Hier in Berlin sind sie jetzt auf einmal dagegen. In Brüssel dafür, in Berlin dagegen. Also wenn das ihr Rückgrat ist, dann ist ein Wackelpudding wirklich eine feste Angelegenheit dagegen. Da können wir wirklich drauf verzichten, meine Damen und Herren. Deshalb mache ich Ihnen jetzt einen Vorschlag. Ich schenke Ihnen ein bisschen meiner Redezeit als Lebenszeit und Sie stimmen zu, dass dieses Gesetz jetzt hier endlich durchkommt. Dann haben wir ein schönes Weihnachtsfest. Herzlichen Dank.
Vielen Dank. Ich schließe die Aussprache. Wir kommen zur Abstimmung über den von der Bundesregierung eingebrachten Gesetzesentwurf zur Änderung des Produktsicherheitsgesetzes und weiterer produktsicherheitsrechtlicher Vorschriften. Der Ausschuss für Arbeit und Soziales empfiehlt in seiner Beschlussempfehlung auf Drucksache 3325 den Gesetzentwurf der Bundesregierung auf Drucksachen 2511 und 2954 in der Ausschussfassung anzunehmen. Die Fraktion der AfD hat beantragt, über den Gesetzesentwurf der Bundesregierung in der Ausschussfassung getrennt abzustimmen. Zum einen soll über Artikel 5a, es handelt sich um die Änderung des Arbeitnehmerentsendegesetzes, und zum anderen soll über die übrigen Regelungen des Gesetzesentwurfs abgestimmt werden. Ich bitte nun diejenigen, die Artikel 5a des Gesetzesentwurfs in der Ausschussfassung zustimmen wollen, um das Handzeichen. Das ist die Unionsfraktion, das ist die SPD-Fraktion, Bündnis 90 Die Grünen und die Linke. Wer stimmt dagegen? Das ist die AfD-Fraktion. Enthaltungen sehe ich nicht. Dann ist Artikel 5a angenommen. Ich bitte nun diejenigen, die den übrigen Teil des Gesetzesentwurfs in der Ausschussfassung zustimmen wollen, ums Handzeichen. Das ist die Unionsfraktion, das ist die SPD, das ist die Fraktion Die Linke. Wer stimmt dagegen? Das sind Bündnis 90 Die Grünen. Enthaltung, die AfD enthält sich. Damit sind die übrigen Teile des Gesetzesentwurfs in den beschriebenen Mehrheitsverhältnissen angenommen. Alle Teile des Gesetzesentwurfs sind damit in zweiter Beratung angenommen. Wir kommen also zur dritten Beratung und Schlussabstimmung. Ich bitte diejenigen, die dem Gesetzesentwurf zustimmen wollen, sich zu erheben. Das ist die Unionsfraktion, die SPD-Fraktion und die Fraktion Die Linke. Herzlichen Dank, Sie können sich wieder setzen. Wer stimmt gegen den Gesetzesentwurf? Das sind die Fraktionen der AfD und Bündnis 90 Die Grünen. Herzlichen Dank. Enthaltungen sehe ich nicht. Damit ist der Gesetzesentwurf so angenommen. Ich rufe auf den Tagesordnungspunkt 17, Beratung des Antrags der Fraktion der AfD mit dem Titel Beitritt Deutschlands zur Europäischen Nuklearallianz. Für die Aussprache wurde eine Dauer von 30 Minuten vereinbart. Und ich eröffne diese sogleich, wenn hier Ruhe eingekehrt ist. Bitte alle Umsetzungswünsche schnell vollziehen. Sodass wir den Rednern von Anfang an konzentriert folgen können. Und Gespräche bitte draußen fortsetzen. Vielen Dank. Ich eröffne die Aussprache und erteile das Wort Dr. Rainer Kraft für die AfD.
Präsident, werte Kollegen, sehr verehrte Ministerin! Die Entscheidung ist gefallen, die Mehrheit der EU-Staaten befürwortet die Kernenergie. 15 EU-Staaten sind Mitglied, weitere Staaten nehmen als Beobachter an der Nuklearallianz teil. Als Beobachter ist auch die deutsche Wirtschaftsministerin dabei. Endlich macht im Kabinett mal jemand was richtig. Das reiht sich ein in die Wahlversprechen der Union vor der Bundestagswahl. Kernkraft wurde befürwortet, auch andere AfD-Positionen wurden dreist kopiert. Damit hat man dann an der Wahlrunde gepunktet, um dann nach der Wahl alles vor den SPD-Bus zu schubsen. Vielen Unionsabgeordneten dämmert allerdings, dass man die Abwanderung der Industrie, das Schließen von Standorten, sinkendes Steueraufkommen und damit das Ende des Sozialstaates nur mit Hilfe der Kernkraft abwenden kann. Das Abschalten der Kernkraftwerke wird als Fehler bezeichnet. Offen wird zugegeben, dass Strom aus Kernkraft die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit Deutschlands gestärkt hat. Offen wird gesagt, dass Deutschland vom Stromexporteur zum Importeur geworden ist. Aber Konsequenzen? Keine. Eine andere Energiepolitik? Nein, die dümmste Energiepolitik der Welt wird weiter vorangetrieben. Meine Damen und Herren der Union, wundern Sie sich über Ihre Umfragewerte. Also mich wundert nur, dass sie noch über 20% sind. Andere Nationen sind im Aufbruch. Die Nuklearallianz macht es vor. Die Industrien der Zukunft, Rechenzentren, KI, das Verarbeiten riesiger Datenmengen sind sehr stromintensiv. Benötigt werden Unmengen an Strom auch nachts und bei Windstille. Dieser Strom kann in einem flachen Land wie Deutschland nur durch fossile Brennstoffe oder Kernkraftwerke erzeugt werden. Polen macht es vor. 3 Blöcke sollen westlich von Danzig an der Ostsee entstehen. Die EU hat den Weg freigemacht für Staatshilfen. Und ja, 14 Milliarden Euro pro Block sind viel. Allerdings ist das nicht einmal das, was diese Regierung Jahr für Jahr für die Subventionierung von Schrottstrom aus dem Steuersäckel abzweigt. Deswegen wäre es wichtig gewesen, die bereits errichteten Kraftwerke zu erhalten, aber sie mussten ja im luditischen Wahn sofort die Vernichtung wertvollen Volksvermögens einleiten. Wenn Sie also gleich in Ihren Reden hier die Kosten anprangern wollen, dann denken Sie daran, dass Sie bis 2036 der geplanten Fertigstellung der 3 polnischen Blöcke geschätzte 150 Milliarden Euro Steuergeld für nutzlose Wind- und PV-Anlagen versenkt haben werden. Sicherlich.
Okay, guys, we finally can now open the this week recording, and from first of the yesterday or today. Today is free, and yesterday is theory of war and peace. This lecture is very interesting, and I'm gonna share with you guys what I thinking upon the PowerPoints and etc. 就这个一直卡我的。对对对 ，so let's first天呐，一个黄点。Okay, so that is yesterday, and yeah, this one. 就觉得有点 shift。等一下，啊！天呐！天呐！天呐！天呐！
Not sure that it's gonna work. Please. see. So,
OK，我现在上一个 app， 然后 app entfernen 就是去掉 app， 然后这边有一个圆圈，然后一杠，然后我就点一个 application， 然后之后因为我登录的，然后但是我现在删一下，但是我应该 record in the study Livestream，so I click application， 然后这边有一个问题，说是 YouTube löschen， 然后一个问号是 Durch Löschen dieser App werden auch die zugehörigen Daten gelöscht。我有点想点 add， 就是我有点不想删了。等一下，等我想一下，我们现在怎么处理？它突然给退出了。那我们先看它的后面的data好了。好 embarrassed。所以我们现在要处理一个问题，然后就是把数据然后导出来，然后导几个视频，然后所以我们现在要去做饭，然后大概等会儿再回来学习。然后因为教授说 This is not okay because every character you should vollständig interpretieren，然后所以我们就被退出了，但是我现在也进不去，所以现在目前这个情况啊，就我们只能看 website， 我也不是很想删掉 YouTube， 然后我们这儿有个 video online， 然后所以现在这种情况怎么办呢？所以就是19号的时候有一个 Nobel Minds， 然后就是他们每一次的那个他们
reflected in media reports, and that's the deep passion he has for the people in his life. And he has called me frequently about the people who are calling him, as he alluded to, who are saying that they've got problems and they got relief from some of the solutions we're talking about today. Howard Kessler, who's standing behind me here, was a mutual friend of ours, was an early caller of the president. Many others have ever reached out as well. And Howard's been a passionate advocate for avoiding narcotics, especially in seniors, and particularly seniors suffering from cancer.
Ungetestet.
什么情况？
Das, was sie aber nicht schaffen, ist, bei all dem Murks, und ja, der kostet extrem viel Arbeitskraft in dieser Koalition und im Bundesrat, über tatsächliche gesundheitspolitische Reformen zu reden. Und die brauchen nicht nur die Versicherten im Land, die fehlen, weil jetzt diese Maßnahmen getroffen werden.
Liebe Ina, vielen, vielen lieben Dank für deine Expertise hier. Wir wissen, du hast nicht viel Zeit. Du bist eine viel gefragte, genau, in die Tagesschau musst du und wir werden sie auch gleich zusammen angucken. Viel gefragte, sehr, sehr versierte Journalistin. Danke sehr, dass du nochmal bei uns hier im Stream dabei warst und alles Gute. Und wir sehen dich gleich bei der Tagesschau.
Immer gerne und schönen Dank. Tschüss.
Danke, Ina. Ciao. Ja, Chat. Sorry, dass wir jetzt so durchraschen, aber wie gesagt, Termine, 20 Uhr Tagesschau, gucken wir auch gleich zusammen.
Richtig. Dann sehen wir Ina gleich auch wieder. Ich bin immer so glücklich, wenn ich Ina sehe. Ich kann es dir gar nicht sagen, weil wir hatten sie in einer unserer ersten Streams und ich finde sie so versiert und ich bin sehr, sehr begeistert Fangirl.
Ja, vor allem strahlt sie so viel Ruhe aus, ne? Alright. Wir versuchen jetzt auch mal ein bisschen Ruhe auf.
Okay, so interessant. Wir sehen ein bisschen das Bundesliga, aber Bundesliga gibt es keine FC anymore, FC Bayern anymore. That's why. Okay, cool. So 我们现在休息一下，然后也没看 bisschen Geräusch。And 我本来想写那个 flow notes， 然后被 auto quit， 然后 kind of like the 出手 I had they press directly over the live stream. Close your devices for you or to quit your flow, that kind of thing. And so yeah, fine. Then we now using the head lift clipper 然后去 head this funnel this flat. Because Ortega was asked me to open the here 这个客厅的 light, so we're gonna do that. Yeah, was not asked, it was questioning, but I really don't know what to do because you don't have advice to Ortega. Yeah, your small brother said. Otherwise, we finally and finally we got something like as prepare it. Yeah. 我的天呐。OK 啊 so is better 对吧？我们今天还买了好多东西，然后我终于买了这个 back pepper， 然后上一次考的时候我没有买 back pepper， 然后就 very problematic， 因为我们不是买了那个就是痱子的那个就是门皮嘛，然后就没有用那个。So 我刚要学习，然后又被打断了，我感觉今天 feel like 3 star， 然后我要买蛋糕粉，然后今天也没有买蛋糕粉，然后就 So okay, we open the lights. Yeah. 所以我现在可以 transfer data. And that unique that one said that she yeah. I must use my brain to work, but I also need to absolutely. So 我们现在 transfer 一会儿那个数据，然后把这个iPad 的空间然后给清空，然后这个已经比already told in my setting my Livestream it's already become stall and 还行，然后 compared to the another one I feel like Chibo is much better because Chibo is 那个红的蝴蝶结，然后 is much better and etc. 我大概转4个吗？换一个封面嘛，换一个封面，然后行。
一緒にお勉強するよ。1時間やりましょう。スタート。2時間一緒に頑張りましょう。スタート。一緒に2時間頑張りましょう。スタート。
行，那我们现在稍微换一下，因为我刚刚想要看那个 notes，结果我一个 B 写不完，然后刚要跳到下一个的时候，然后教授说不行，然后教授说，如果你要这样 calculate 的话，那你得把一个字母最少写到 false standard， 至少 1 character。然后我说不行，因为就以 scientific 就是那个 scientific publications 或者是 article 的话，它都在里面，按照那个买的，然后不是乱买的，但是他们都给我毁掉。行了，我现在吃饭去。 我今天去了要卖洗手液的，然后我不知道为什么我进了 DM， 然后也没有买洗手液，然后可能我之前那边有啊，肯定是要去那个地方取一下，就搬家这2天可也会比较着急一些这些事情。OK， 所以我现在 back to 那个 handwriting notes， 然后大概看一下 PowerPoint 就行了，不要学得太细了，因为时间上面可能不够，或者也可以，反正就是或者教授也可以，然后也可以这样算，但是你别看到 flow 了，因为为啥呢？因为那 flow 就是太麻烦了，因为里面有很多那种沉淀下来的那种真实的那种思想。然后从我的角度而言的话，挺有意义的，但是你要做它的反面，因为它那个思想它不存在动能，而且它一旦连接上之后呢，它可能会拿走很多你的那种 intimacy energy， 然后因为他们达到的那个沉淀下的那个程度，你可能暂时还达不到，所以在这种情况下的话，就好像 TR 一样，然后就跑起来，然后把那个思维给它做成反面的。你现在行，就先这样。我现在吃饭，然后对。 然后我发现了说，
Then explain our assessment
在
of
厕
financial
所
market conditions. Looking at the
which they
economy
have
activity,
today, the
the
conference.
economy has been resilient. It grew by 0.3%
But I haven't
in the
went to
third
university,
quarter,
and that's why
mainly
today
reflecting
they haven't
stronger
informed
consumption
me.
and investment.
And
Exports also increased, with a significant contribution from chemicals. The sectoral composition of growth was dominated by services, especially in the information and communication sector, while activity in industry and construction remained flat. The pattern of services-led growth is likely to continue in the near term. The economy is benefiting from a robust labor market. Unemployment at 6.4% in October is close to its historical low, and employment grew by 0.2% in the third quarter. At the same time, labor demand cooled further, with the job vacancy rate at its lowest level since the pandemic. The staff projections see domestic demand as the main engine of growth in the years ahead. Real incomes are set to rise further, and this a build-up of inventory and to a front-loading in the early months after the decision to increase tariff or pre-decision to increase tariff. But that has been sustainable. The contribution of exports has surprised us on the upside. So we don't know whether it's entirely attributable to the weight-losing drugs that are largely exported or to other phenomena, but the contribution of export has surprised on the upside, when in fact we believe that trade is more likely as a result of tariffs to be a drag on growth going forward. So that's also something that we will be attentive to. Thank you.
And the next question goes to Anne Weisman.
Thank you very much. President Lagarde, I have a question as well, going back to Isabel Schnabel's comment on the rate hike. Are you as comfortable with how the market is pricing in the current rate expectation as she is? Second question is on the fiscal stimulus in Germany. We were waiting for that for this year. Now there's hope it comes next year. What is your assessment, what it does as well to other countries in your area when it comes to the growth outlook for the whole? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your two questions. Certain things have changed and others have not changed. So when we look at activity, we have upgraded our projections. They've moved to the upside across the projection period. When we look at inflation, we've also increased our inflation projection for 26, and we have taken into account the movement from 27 to 28. So there are lots of things that have moved in that respect. One thing that has not changed much at all, and which, if anything, may have actually worsened, is uncertainty. And uncertainty is not a comfortable position. So I think we all suffer from that degree of lack of comfort. And we are all attentive to uncertainty, how it pans out, whether it's uncertainty related to geopolitics, whether it's uncertainty related to the movement of trade from countries with overcapacity in particular, what happens at the borders of Europe. So there are lots of factors that are in play and that will evolve over the course of 26 that are generating uncertainty. And as far as the future is concerned, as I told your colleague just earlier on, there was unanimous agreement around the table about the fact that all optionalities should be on the table and that we should stick to the meeting-by-meeting approach, to the data dependency, and we will be looking at all sorts of data in the field of wages, salaries, the decomposition of it. We will be particularly attentive because it plays a significant role in relation to services. And we do not have set path for our rates going forward. I know this is, everybody would like some forward guidance, but we simply, in the current situation, with the degree of uncertainty that we are facing, we simply cannot offer forward guidance. Now, second question related to government spending, public investment, and we take into account the documents that are filed by the various member states with the Commission to review the path of investment going forward, and we have an impact on growth for certain countries, Germany being obviously one, in 26, in 27, and still a bit in 28. And so much can change in the meantime. But it does have an impact, and it is a driver of growth in the investment section that I was describing earlier.
And the next question goes to Mark Schwartz of Mark, please.
Yes, thanks a lot. The first one, unfortunately, also on rates. The discussion today, was there
That's
any...
what we decided today, so you're right.
Okay, perfect. Was there any discussion about that today? Just to have more clarity on the discussions today.
I don't have to wait for your second question. The answer is no.
The second question is on the revamp of the executive board the next 2 years.
Revamp?
Say revamp, right? That also includes your role in 2027. I know it's a long time off, to be honest, but there's already a discussion in Germany whether it's time for Germany to become the ECB president. And just wanted to know if you think that would be good after 25 years of the institution, if a national from the largest euro area member states would become the ECB president. And as you already publicly said that Klaus Claude would be a good candidate. What do you think about Isabel Schnabel and Joachim Nagel, who both recently...
Okay, well, let me clarify one thing. I don't have any favorite candidate, and I did not say that Klaus Claude was the good candidate. There are plenty of very good candidates, and Isabel is one of them, but there are plenty of them, and I'm sure that there will be more in the future. Why not? I find it terribly satisfactory, in a way, that so many people want to have my job. It's a great job, and it's one when you feel that you can actually matter and affect the life of people and try to deliver for the European Union and for our currency, the euro. But as to who it is, what nationality, it's not, I'll have nothing to say about that. It will be for the European Council, and the decision will be made outside this beautiful institution. So, whatever they decide. Thank you. You have still a long time to ask all those questions, huh? Phew.
Next question goes to our board, Kasulek of BFM Business.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mrs. Lagarde. The euro's nominal effective exchange rate is at record levels. I know it's not a part of your mandate, but has this point been discussed by the governing council? And second question, still regarding to currency, how do you balance the benefits of a strong euro for import prices, good for your mandate, with the risk of greater exposure to China, which is an important issue for Europe at the moment? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your question. I might give you the answer that you expect, which is that we do not target exchange rate. And we do refer to exchange rate in the risk section of our monetary policy statement, if I recall, when we referred to a possible higher exchange, an appreciation of the euro. So I'll refer you to that section in the risk segment of the monetary policy statement. And obviously it is something that we look at carefully as we look at the way in which currencies are positioned around the world. And obviously the current situation of the renminbi is one that we pay attention to. Yes.
Next question goes to Olaf Schnorbeck of the Fundamental Point, please.
Thanks for taking my question. I have one question on inflation. The higher inflation in 26 was justified or explained with higher services inflation. It's gone up to 3.5 in whatever it was November, up for it was on an upward trajectory in the past few months. How concerned are you about service inflation overall? Could this be kind of turn into a nasty surprise? And my second question again is on ECB succession. One of the sitting members of the executive board has basically showed interest in becoming your successor. What's your reading on the law in terms of, is it possible legally to appoint a sitting member of the executive council as the ECB president? Because as far as I understand it, it clearly says the terms are non-renewable. And would that be in line with the law and also in line with the spirit of that law, which I think is intended to kind of prevent governing council members or executive board
我现在看那个今天下午的那个他们的那个 press conference， 然后
Thank you for your two questions. On your first question, thank you for focusing on inflation on services, because it's clearly one domain that we will be attentive to going forward. So you are right that services as service inflation has increased. It went from 3.2 in September to 3.4 to 3.5. So there is a trend that we look at carefully. A lot of that is related, based on a staff study, is related to wages. And wages have surprised us to the upside. If we look at compensation per employee, for instance, we are at 4%, which is more than had been anticipated, in particular in the September projections. So with wage having increased more than anticipated and being a strong contributor to most activities of services, not all of them, but most activities of services, it's hardly surprising that services inflation is higher than anticipated and contributing to the current inflation number that we have. It's balanced out by goods, as you will have seen in the monetary policy statement, is they go in opposite directions. Goods go down, services increase. And we anticipate two things in relation to that. Number one, that wages will follow a slightly declining trend going forward, and we have wages slightly below 3% at the end of 26. And that is based on measurements instruments that we have, whether it's the wage tracker, which incorporates all the negotiated, the collective bargaining agreement that are negotiated and which roll out into either 1 or 2 or 3 years, depending on the countries, and under which we cover now 8 countries with quite a large number of employees, workers, or whether it is the surveys and the corporate telephone survey that we conduct asking, corporate, where do you see salaries, where do you see wages, how are the negotiations going? So on the basis of all that, we believe that this compensation per employee should decline in the course of 26. But we are attentive, because while we believe that a lot of the catch-up, for instance, has taken place, a lot of the one-off specific payments have occurred, we were surprised between September and December in our projection, and that is reflected in our numbers. So we are humble. We look at as many details and data, and we look at the vacancy, of course, to see what's likely to happen. We look at PMI numbers, but that's where we are, and it's a big contributor to services. And we have, because this is one that we really debated quite a bit and that we looked into, and that staff is working really hard to get to the bottom of it. Services is a big package. You have lots of things in there. You have accommodation, transportation, telecom, IT, financial services. There's a lot in there. And some of those sub-sectors of services are labor intensive, are wage intensive, others less so. So we have to sort of balance out and distribute the wage increases that we expect in between all that. But there is really a solid work done in that respect. So your question is, can a sitting member of the executive board be eligible for another board position or the position of president of the executive board? This matter was looked at in the past. It was looked at when Christian Noyer, the then vice president of the ECB, was possibly considered for presidency. It was looked at for Benoît Cœuré, who was then an executive board member and who was also considered possibly for the replacement of Mario Draghi. I think in both those instances, the determination by the jurists, the lawyers of various corners of Europe was that it was not possible. But I think the matter needs to be looked at again in order to ascertain, what is possible, what is not possible, what are the conditions, and it's not for me to pass a judgment on that. I think it needs to be clear so that everyone knows where to stand.
The next question goes to Isabella Bufacchi of Il Sole 24 Ore. Isabella, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. President Lagarde, I have two questions on financial stability, as it was also mentioned on the statement. So financial stability and the international role of the euro could be threatened by the reparations law for Ukraine using the cash balance of Russia's asset. However, so far the euro has been quite resilient in spite of Putin's retaliation threats. So what is your assessment of this kind of resilience of the euro so far in this respect? And also on financial stability and the digital euro project, which is making progress. The council orientation these days is a milestone, and the digital euro is viewed more and more as an anchor to strengthen financial stability in the euro area. So, in your opinion, could the ECB become a role model in the world to assess the importance of central bank digital currencies? Thank you.
I think I'll start with your second question. I know these are important moments for the digital euro because we have done our work, we've carried the water, but it's for the European Council and certainly later on for the European Parliament to identify whether the Commission proposal is satisfactory, how it can be transformed into a piece of legislation or amended. Our ambition is not to be role models. Our ambition is to make sure that in the digital age, there is a currency that is the anchor of stability for the financial system. For the moment, that anchor is central bank money, which essentially has material form. It's the banknotes that you have in your wallet. But in the digital age, it has to be a digital expression of that sovereignty and a digital anchor for the purpose of the financial system that we have. So that's what we're pursuing, in addition to making sure that it is user-friendly, not costly, fast, efficient, private, that it can work online, offline. I mean, I could go on and on because you know that I've followed that very carefully with my Italian colleagues, and both Luis and myself are very strong supporters of this initiative, and we place great hopes in the work that will be done in Parliament once the Council has made its view, has determined its views. You know, on the other topic that you raised, I'm not going to expand on this matter because it's something that is under review, that is under work at the moment, which is of the competence of the European leaders and which is the expression of foreign policy. So it's not for a central bank to have either political views or central bank's choice as to what is appropriate or not appropriate. Our job, and we are trying to do it as much and as well as we can at the odd hours of the day or the weekend, is to respond to the request that are put upon us to determine that whatever choice is made by the leaders is going to respect the treaty, is going to respect the international rule of law, and will not damage financial stability. This is the remit of what is our duty. Beyond that, it's something that is outside our remit. Thank you.
Now Jan Malin of Plato, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madame Lagarde. I have a follow-up question on your first comment about the changing growth profile due to AI. Isabel Schnabel made a similar comment in her interview with Bloomberg, where she said that the natural interest rate might rise because of that. Do you agree with that assessment? And my second question is on stablecoins. They have gained significant importance globally, but many experts see this as a threat to Europe's monetary sovereignty and are calling for stronger support for stablecoins in Europe as well. What's your position on that? Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to clarify your second question. You don't say that the digital euro is a threat to sovereignty. You said stable coins, right?
Stable coins, yeah.
Okay, I had misunderstood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
My mistake. So, we are lucky in Europe to have something that is called MiCAR. So it's the legal framework within which instruments like stable coins can work and can be supervised and can be regarded as safe. So our view is that an instrument that is in compliance with MiCAR is an alternative form of payment, which might have its benefit, might have a business case for those that issue the stable coins. My concern, because I have a concern, so that's to the extent that it conforms to MiCAR, that it is properly organized, that it has the right one-to-one guarantee for the users. I don't need to have a view. Supervisors need to have a view. Those who control that there is actually the reserve. Where I have a concern is when you have something that is getting a bit technical now, if we go there, is the situation of multi-issuance currency for stable coins. Because without going into the details of how it is structured, it exposes the reserves, resolution mechanisms, and the redemption mechanism in Europe, as is organized under MiCAR, to other currencies under which the stablecoin will be issued, and which could be a threat and a drain on the provisions of MiCAR that apply in Europe. So on that particular area, I think that we need to be extremely attentive to what the potential risks are for the system itself and for the holders of stable coins. On your first question, look, I'm not going to agonize over the issue of, where and how is the R star and the rate which is ideal because it neither stimulates nor restricts our economies. There are multiple factors that can affect it. Productivity is obviously one of them. if we draw a lot of productivity out of artificial intelligence, it will impact. But there are multiple other factors as well that will impact our star. And one of the characteristics of our star is that you can only sort of identify it eventually in completely stable circumstances. I don't think that we can call the current circumstances as perfectly stable and predictable. There is, as I said earlier, too much uncertainty, too much risks, and too many shapes under the spell of which we still are to actually identify our star and have a view as to whether it's going to increase. So, as I said, it's not observable, so to speak, and I think it's a very good debate to have, but I'm not sure that this is the one that has caught the attention of the Governing Council. It's certainly not one that we debated today, or yesterday for that matter.
The last question goes to Philippe Lacour of AFD.
Wolfgang. Madame la Présidente.
Bonjour, Monsieur Lacour.
Switch in English, of course. I have two questions on the same issue, if I may. It's related to Ukraine. You know that in these hours, the 27 head of states meet in Brussels with a bold agenda. And one of the points is to try to agree on this reparation plan for Ukraine. So, single question is, are you confident that they will succeed to find a solution? And the second one is, earlier this month, yes, ECB said we cannot provide a backstop for, to use the frozen Russian assets to finance Ukraine. Simple reason, it would likely breach the treaty, prohibiting monetary financing is the other point. But in these several times, shouldn't the overriding interest of the people of Ukraine to have the right to rebuild their country and live in peace not come above all kind of purely factual legal considerations? And as you said before, for the case of Mrs. Schnabel, would it be possible to maybe look at again if the question is again raised? Because there is overriding interests of the people of Ukraine that may be both pure legal considerations. So I would like to have your point on this.
Thank you for your question. Your first question, there is work going on at the moment. Again, it's not our remit. It's for the leaders to decide. And given the importance of the matter, given what is at stake, I am fully confident that they will find a solution. It might be in the usual European way, going in circles and being time-consuming and giving rise to a lot of speculation as to whether it will work, it will not work, there will be one camp or the other. But I'm confident that they will find a solution because it's too important. We are an area of the world which praise itself for respecting the rule of law. And this is one of the characteristics of our democracy. The leaders will decide, okay? And I'm sure that there are solutions that can be debated and discussed, and there are constructions that can be elaborated. But it's not for the central bank to actually encourage or support a mechanism under which we would be called upon and scheduled to breach Article 1, 2, 3 of the treaty. This is monetary financing is not allowed under the treaty. You cannot expect me to validate ex ante a mechanism under which there would be monetary financing. This is pretty obvious. Thank you. And if there is no more questions, then I'm happy to wish you all a Merry Christmas, happy holidays, whatever is convenient, to those of you who celebrate or don't celebrate. And we look forward to seeing you in the new year, bright and ready and still determined to deliver on our mandate and get to our target. And I'm sure you've got other plans than me.
The next meeting is on the 5th of February 2023. Next press conference.
Risk section of our monetary policy statement.
Hier ist das erste.
Was macht.
Dort überwiegen auch in der Nacht die Wolken. Später fällt etwas Regen, sonst nur locker bewölkt oder klar, vor allem im
Berühmten Mailänder Skala. Ich wünsche Ihnen einen angenehmen Abend.
OK， 我就不说了，因为不知道该怎么说。然后一般来说，我是 live participant in those kind of eco conference, and since this year, and the classmates become shit, and that's why. Sorry, since this year the classmates become brightened and so there are become brightened because the two female professors who was coming to university. One is 1 year and another one is 2.5 years. Since they came in and the energy field was becoming so brightened. That's why I have 4 hours delaying as the airport with the university together whole conscious field, and sometimes they are changing the environment absolutely because that is a public place, and they can lock that and they can use the commercialized way and to trade that in outside stores, for example, and etc. I found one thing is very crucial, like not crucial, but it's essential. Like every time I look the phone, for example, like today I went to the face test. I was bitten very heavily. Like while I was waiting for the ice-band to come, and in the 打票机 and there, and they are kind of beaten my stomach very heavily, and I think that I should record that moment and just made a screenshot about that, and then Stephanie Müller will attend in JFK suit, similar like, not certainly that one. And she is she's in the conference saying something about, like, for example, like turning your head to the left side, and saying something extraordinary and like the big characters, and using that yellow energy field like very unsmoothie and uncalm color, like that green, right? So, and sometimes your conscious was going on and you'll be broke up by someone else, like they insert this kind of voices consciousness around that into your subconsciousness, and then this kind of consciousness be broke up, and so that yeah, for you guys is normal actually, so there is no big deal actually. But you can using that to trade, for example, like you make the trick and actually use your works at the chair, but you don't say that, and you say something else in the order to trade information, because information is all free, and that's why it feels like a little bit fragile, not fragile, fractional, also very high word, like how to say that, like sympathize, like a little, but I don't talk about their conference. I mean, like usually I just joking to with my classmates at chimpanzees, like but it's like for joke, right? And otherwise, recently, I also feel like strong be pushed when I, for example, like walk outside and etc. And then I feel like in this kind of way, like to talk about the science in behavior, for example, and you sometimes for example, like you put much more attention to on this kind of daily routine, like behaviormäßige Sachen, and so sometimes, for example, recently, and they were the people who are around you in sudden period, and means that if you reject some exams, for example, at university, you haven't participated, but they are so much fearing about when you're in the examination, telling that appointments you suddenly show up and you haven't had really the preparation about that. But then they should also count you or not count you and etc. But as Carl Nader said, they can send a survey about, and if they decided to take the exam and you can using this kind of way and to ask them. Sometimes you don't need to wait that long, and sometimes you don't need to pre-consume the students only register and don't want to come to the final exam, or you don't need to use their resources, so to say. And if they already told you, said to you that they will not participate in your exam, like public welfare economics and etc. from that PS female professor, and and that is much more better. And so I, from my point of view, don't really think that is eligible and to use some students' resources or to fake think that they're gonna take the exam and free use their material, and even the material is that academic my Albanic classmate like Alain Gray, the accounting professor thing, and the university all knows, but only she pretended that she have that not that in acknowledgement. And that's why the problem is that if you cannot just don't use my resources, my soul and my intimacy part. And if I know that your PowerPoint was also, as Miko Professor was also designed in PC Pool, I'm wondering, meine Güte. And so that's why in this sense, sometimes I feel like it's much better when someone are saying like smoothly conscious instead of to have a sudden scream, all those kind of thing just converges into, and better not. And from my point of view, is that great? And there are decisions whether to add the teens in interest rate or not. Like that's matters, and like point 0.5 at 50 at point of 0.5% reduce. But I haven't heard about that, and I should hear the beginning. But in the sense that it's not matter, the reason is that depending on your focus, for example, like when, for example, you focus on the thing which could got problem, and then you should pay attention to like the white, at least from my point of view, like the white and the red color, and they're gonna use that to beat on the inverse part if you think the inverse part is important. And so let's just look again. I feel like I have a lot of things to say, and so okay.
President Lagarde and Vice President Guindos. My name is Wolfgang Preußel. We have participants that are online. If they take the floor, please turn on your cameras and your microphones. And with that, I hand over to President Lagarde, please.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang, and good afternoon, good morning to all of you. The Vice President and I are pleased to welcome you to our press conference. The Governing Council today decided to keep the 3 key ECB interest rates unchanged. Our updated assessment reconfirms that inflation should stabilize at our 2% target in the medium term. The new Eurosystem staff projections show headline inflation averaging 2.1% in 25, 1.9% in 26, 1.8% in 28, 1.8% in 27, and 2% in 28. For inflation excluding energy and food, staff project an average of 2.4% in 25, 2.2% in 26, 1.9% in 27, and 2% in 28. Inflation has been revised up for 2026, mainly because staff now expect services inflation to decline more slowly. Economic growth is expected to be stronger than in the September projections, driven especially by domestic demand. Growth has been revised up to 1.4% in 25, 1.2% in 2026, and 1.4% in 2027, and is expected to remain at 1.4% in 2028. We are determined to ensure that inflation stabilizes at our 2% target in the medium term. We will follow a data-dependent and meeting-by-meeting approach to determining the appropriate monetary policy stance. In particular, our interest rate decisions will be based on our assessment of the inflation outlook and the risks surrounding it, in light of the incoming economic and financial data, as well as the dynamics of underlying inflation and the strength of monetary policy transmission. We are not pre-committing to a particular rate path. The decisions taken today are set out in a press release that is available on our website. I will now outline in more details how we see the economy and inflation developing, and will then explain our assessment of financial monetary conditions. Looking at the economic activity, the economy has been resilient. It grew by 0.3% in the third quarter, mainly reflecting stronger consumption and investment. Exports also increased, with a significant contribution from chemicals. The sectoral composition of growth was dominated by services, especially in the information and communication sector, while activity in industry and construction remained flat. The pattern of services-led growth is likely to continue in the near term. The economy is benefiting from a robust labor market. Unemployment at 6.4% in October is close to its historical low, and employment grew by 0.2% in the third quarter. At the same time, labor demand cooled further, with the job vacancy rate at its lowest level since the pandemic. The staff projections see domestic demand as the main engine of growth in the years ahead. Real incomes are set to rise further, and the saving rate should gradually come down from its still high level, supporting consumption. Business investment and substantial government spending on infrastructure and defense should increasingly underpin the economy. However, the challenging environment for global trade is likely to remain a drag on growth in the euro area this year and next. The Governing Council stresses the urgent need to strengthen the euro area and its economy in the present geopolitical context. We welcome the European Commission's call for governments to prioritize sustainable public finance, strategic investment, and growth-enhancing structural reforms. Unlocking the full potential of the single market is crucial. It is also vital to foster further capital market integration by completing the Savings and Investments Union and the Banking Union to an ambitious timetable, and to rapidly adopt the regulation on the establishment of the digital euro. Looking now at inflation. Annual inflation has been in a narrow range since the spring and remained at 2.1% in November. Energy prices were 0.5% lower than a year ago, after a larger decline in October. Food price inflation was 2.4% after 2.5% in October and 3% in September. Inflation excluding energy and food was steady at 2.4%, as goods and services inflation moved in opposite directions. Goods inflation declined to 0.5 in November from 0.6 in October and 0.8 in September. Services inflation rose to 3.4% in October and 3.5% in November from a 3.2% in September. Indicators of underlying inflation have changed little over the recent months and remain consistent with our 2% medium-term target. While growth in unit profits was unchanged in the third quarter, unit labor costs grew at a slightly higher rate than in the second quarter. Compensation per employee rose at an annual rate of 4%. This was more than expected in the September staff projections and was due to payments over and above negotiated wages. Forward-looking indicators such as the ECB wage tracker and surveys on wage expectations suggest that wage growth will ease in the coming quarters before stabilizing somewhat below 3% towards the end of 26. Inflation should decline in the near term, mostly because past energy price rises will drop out of the annual rates. Staff expects it to stay below 2%.
Good afternoon and welcome to our press conference.
Okay, so we are currently now等一下。我不知道呀，因为我如果知道的话，我可能会之前然后再看一下那个卡卡时，然后就做了 AK， 然后结果那个是 very functioning， 因为他们属于那个 power side， 然后就它很 functioning， 但是最后不知道为什么就被击败了，因为它和我太像了，就是它和我的 interest 太像，然后也不是说 interest 很像吧，反正就是说以下我们上。也不说 interest 很像，但是就主要问题是你跟他太同质，就是你跟他太像了，然后所以你们之间然后没有 difference， 然后你听不到其他声音，因为其他同学和你都一样。因为你们是 homogenized conscious， 所以thought and that you cannot perceive others, they also not you, and if they are divergent, and then you can perceive them, and yeah. Yeah. If they got, if for example, if you got something wrong and only the one who different than you and can save you instead of the one who are very same as you, for example. And we have here one problem. Oh, hang on. Yesterday on class, we first have a review about what we have yesterday in a series of War and Peace. I don't really have any hope about this course, and the reason is I saw the mock exam. I feel like devastating, and like you only have to earn 30 points, then you can pass the exam. But the content was very concentrated, and so that I just found the notes yesterday, and let's just talk about something in a fast fashion, like yeah, but they are they are only in 1 to 7, so you don't need to worry that much. If that the intensity reached in some degree, for example, then everyone should be same, right? So that is trial Microsoft, the cafe store which near the Dusma, and I today almost want to go to there to find, but I have not. The reason is that I met someone very similar like Sveno and two sisters that are very similar each other and wear some like long clothes and some suit and dark green colored clothes, and then I was a little bit stopped there, and the reason is that upon what they are said to me, and if, for example, like in the campus management, if you see something, if you see two SM for two numbers SM, and it's not always two SM, but numbers can mean anything, right? So means that license point so means credit points. If you see, for example, two sides was too different than each other, means that you could potentially now in current state not in that ability to gain the credit points. If they are very different than you, means that they could also be grades, right? So I'm not sure when they changing, for example, and what would that mean, like the better grades? I think that is kind of too not in the correct time point, and so that if that was too verschieden, for example, means that you still need to work on and to reach that erworbene Leistungspunkte instead of registered Leistungspunkte, like and I found two sisters was aligned, so and the two other sisters was not very aligned. They wear some high clothes clothes high, and I almost want to go to the Dusman because March saying the problem is that problem is that if is the policy upon the current situation that they're gonna suggest you directly go to the Dusman to buy the semicolon, the more expensive notebook, directly write notes, direct write PowerPoint, directly start from now because here now they don't have left that much time to you. But from my point of view, I this year beginning has written the good notes for clausur preparation time period, that if we are in this kind of quiet living environment, I don't really think that I need that long time, like 40 hours for one exam, like 2 days don't sleep, don't eat, don't do anything, then it's enough. And so the Prüfungsvorbereitungsphase maximize that cost someone like 1 week. So it cannot be so long, right? And that's why from my point of view, and you can write the flow notes, right? And this kind of voice just jump out and let me feel like not very comfortable, let me feel like not in same dimension, for example, and the enjoyment that I really cannot perceive that much. And so the problem so the problem is that during the class, I wrote this kind of notes I want to share with you guys. But I think that more or less the important part is that to continue the conscious and to make that like yeah. And yeah, so Kimmy 就是就那个揉脚的。然后前两天的时候，我在写那个 flow notes 的时候，然后我发现，然后在那个 notes 里面，它 embedded 的一些那种 bubbles，然后那种 smoothie 那种 bubbles，然后那些里面呢，我发现好像都有一些 bedoito，然后就是那种沉淀下来的那种 deep thoughts，然后我就想，那 very interesting 呢，我们看一下，我解析一下，然后这样的。看一下什么样的 notes， 然后它 embedded 在那个 flow app 里面，然后结果我就说，我就稍微写了一下，我发现 very useful， 因为那些思想的话，它一般来说代表的是那种就是比较高阶的，然后就是比较也不是 hochwertig is because it could be products, right? But 高阶的 like advanced, for example, and so they are usually means that and that. And okay, fine. So we are cooking now, and I gonna eat something, and yeah. I feel like one thing is that macro practice, for example, and they have wholly blocked me and in somewhere else, and like that kind of feeling. Yeah, that's why at November, beginning of November, I can't perceive anything, and on the class like only the hair and like the green hair and etc. Those kind of thing. That's slim. Yeah. Yeah, sonst there are nothing more new, and we try to now delete and to if we cannot transfer the data now, and then let's just 哎呀，我的天呐，18写 is for 点一下 split， 然后又出来一个，又点一下 split。也96，然后就完全卡住了，所以现在目前这种情况，我们只能看一下这个小的这个我们买的99的这个 pad 能不能function。如果这个 pad 也不能function的话，那我们真的就要转一下数据了，然后要不然的话，要不然的话就行。然后我的左胯又被折了一下。Okay, so.
In the context of current war, the natural starting point from looking at this situation is to
Oops. 我的天。
look at what arose in the world security architecture after the last nature of change. in the world setting, which is the end of the it was the last major event in international relations. So this occurred some 35, 36 years ago. And as you all know, the Cold War ended with the victory of the West and the defeat of the East. So the one superpower, the USSR, was defeated, and this led to the dissolution of the Union, and also of its alliance with the former Eastern European countries. This alliance was the Warsaw Pact. So some 34 years ago, both institutions were simply dissolved. And in this way, the West, in particular the North Atlantic Organization, had reached the goal for which it was created in 1949. So at that point in time, it was obvious that only one superpower had remained, that was the world most important country in terms of every dimension, so militarily, economically, nationally. And also ideologically, it was prevailing. So China was the rise, but it was still developing countries that were producing t-shirts and consumer goods, and behind it the political crisis with the Tiananmen upheavals, and nobody expected the China economic boom to last. It lasted already a decade, which was a very long period of time, so everybody, or almost everybody, forecasted the China economic growth to stop. So, in that situation, a new international security architecture was being necessary. In particular, NATO had lost its raison d'etre, and then it was also decided to the leader of the Swedish government that NATO would, in any case, not move an inch eastward. So it would dissolve like the Warsaw Pact or simply stay. So at the beginning of the 90s, many proposals were discussed, and among the proposals were mostly supported at the time, there were those 5 ones. So the first one had no particular control, and it was the idea of having a demilitarized and neutral zone in Central and Eastern Europe. The second main idea was put forward especially by Gorbachev and Mitterrand, the French president, and it was to create a pan-European security organization from Lisbon to Vladivostok. The third one was proposal to create a novel institution, a partnership for peace that would, at least at the beginning, be concerned with military cooperation between the old NATO members and many other, not only European but also non-European countries. And in particular, also with Russia. And the Pentagon, was extremely defense, was especially key on this idea. The first idea was put forward by the Russian President Yeltsin, and was that NATO may be enlarged and Russia should be then included in NATO, and especially it should be the very first new NATO member. And then there was the idea of enlarging NATO, but the idea of excluding Russia, precisely without Russia. It was put forward, especially by Lech Walesa and President Havel. These were the main ideas at the time. And for a while, it seemed that they were unlikely, and at a point in time, it seemed that the UN
I'm Neil Mahoney. I'm the Trioni Director of CEPR and a Professor of Economics here at Stanford. I'm delighted to welcome all of you to our Fall Policy Forum on AI and the economy. For those of you who know us well, welcome back. For those of you who are here for the first time, we are the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research, and we do three main things. First, we prepare the next generation of economists for jobs in the academy, in business, and in government. We do this with everything from our programs for undergraduate research assistants to supporting pre-docs, grad students, and postdocs, to inviting young faculty members to visit with us on campus. The second main thing we do is bridge economic research and economic policy through our policy briefs, through boot camps with policymakers, and through one-on-one technical assistance with government officials at the local, state, national, and global level. And the third thing we do, and the reason why all of us are gathered today, is we convene leaders in the academy, in business, and in government to have rigorous conversations on our most pressing issues. I think it's not a stretch to say that there is no issue more timely, more engaging, and more important than the economics of AI. I know that all of us within our domains have had important conversations about both the opportunities that AI provides and the real risks it has for our workforce, for our economy, and for our society. Our goal with this event was to bring people together from different domains: economists, technologists, business leaders, government officials, to have a conversation where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. We have a fantastic program. Hopefully I will mention all of it. We have panels on preparing the workforce for AI. We have a panel on productivity. We have a panel on AI and public policy. We have fantastic fireside chats and keynotes with leading researchers, leading technologists, and leading business people. And we cap off the day with a keynote address from sitting Arizona Senator Mark Kelly. When you leave here today, I hope you can bring with you a few things. One is new ideas, but also new concrete examples about how AI is already changing our world. I also hope that through the course of the day, we discover areas of common ground where people with different expertise and different perspectives can find a common understanding and perhaps common purpose about how we can shape AI to serve our economy and our society. The number of people I want to thank who made today happen. One is our supporters. You are the engine that powers everything we do at CEPR, including events like this. I want to thank students. Students will be coming in and out of the room, hopefully, because they're to and fro for their classes. More than anyone else, AI is your future, and I hope you participate in this conversation. And last but not least, I want to thank my colleague, Ramin Taloui. I don't know where you are, Ramin. So Ramin has an impressive, Ramin is a distinguished policy fellow at CEPR. He has an impressive background in the highest ranks of industry and in government, most recently as a assistant secretary in the State Department. He's been thinking about AI from before it was cool. I think he taught the first class on AI and the economy here at Stanford in the economics department in 2020. And he was the architect of the event. He mobilized all of the great speakers we have for this program. So I am hugely grateful for him. I do deserve 2 pieces of credit. One was selecting him to organize the event. The other was getting out of his way. So credit is shared, but mostly with Ramin. Thank you, Ramin. So I think we should get started. Our first event is a panel on preparing the workforce for AI.
Beispielsweise an Krebs oder multipler Sklerose erkrankte Patientinnen und Patienten sein, denen Medizinalcannabis Linderung verschaffen kann, zum Beispiel bei Übelkeit, Appetitlosigkeit oder Schmerzen. Voraussetzung hierfür ist, wie auch bei anderen verschreibungspflichtigen Arzneimitteln, dass der behandelnde Arzt oder die behandelnde Ärztin eine positive Einschätzung gibt, dass es zu einer Linderung der Leiden kommt. Das, sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen, ist der Zweck des Medizinalcannabis-Gesetzes, wirksame Hilfe für schwerkranke Menschen. Und daran, das ist mir sehr wichtig, daran ändern wir überhaupt nichts. Die Versorgung schwerkranker Patientinnen und Patienten ist und bleibt sichergestellt. Was wir aber ändern wollen, wir wollen die Fehlentwicklung und den Missbrauch künftig abstellen, die seit Inkrafttreten des Cannabis-Gesetzes aus der letzten Legislatur eingetreten sind, denn sofort nach Inkrafttreten des Ampelgesetzes gab es einen sprunghaften Anstieg beim Import von Cannabisblüten. 2023 lag die Importmenge bei 32 Tonnen, in 2025 wird die Menge auf rund 192 Tonnen geschätzt. Und das ist das 6-fache. Im ersten Halbjahr 2025 sind die Importe um 400% gestiegen im Vergleich zum Vorjahreszeitraum. Und ich glaube, es kann hier niemand ernsthaft der Auffassung sein, wir hätten innerhalb eines Jahres 400% mehr Schmerzpatienten, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Und etabliert haben sich eben Modelle, mit deren Hilfe man sich ohne direkten Arzt-Patienten-Kontakt Medizinalcannabis nach Hause schicken lässt. Und da ist der Verdacht nicht ganz von der Hand zu weisen, dass es hier vorwiegend um Freizeitkonsum geht. Deswegen müssen wir diese Fehlentwicklung abstellen. Unser Ziel ist es, den Missbrauch der Regelungen zu bekämpfen, die Zahl nicht medizinisch notwendiger Verschreibungen zu reduzieren. Der Entwurf sieht vor, Medizinalcannabis künftig nur nach einem persönlichen Arzt-Patienten-Kontakt zu verschreiben, bei Folgeverschreibungen dann innerhalb von 4 Quartalen einen persönlichen Arztkontakt, Medizinalcannabis nur nach persönlicher Beratung in der Apotheke erhältlich zu bekommen und Botendienste bleiben weiterhin zulässig. Versorgung schwerkranker Menschen bleibt gewährleistet und ich freue mich, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, schon jetzt auf konstruktive und sachgerechte Beratungen. Herzlichen Dank.
Jetzt hat das Wort für die AfD-Fraktion die Abgeordnete Carina Schiesel.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren! Wir sprechen heute über die Verschärfung des Medizinalcannabis-Gesetzes. Und eines müssen wir gleich zu Beginn sagen. Diese Verschärfung ist keine Reform, es ist lediglich ein Reparaturversuch. Ein Reparaturversuch an einem Schaden, den die frühere Ampelregierung verursacht hat. Es waren SPD, Grüne und FDP, die 2024 unbedingt Cannabis legalisieren wollte, koste es, was es wolle. Gegen den Rat von Ärzten, gegen die Warnungen der Polizei, gegen jede ordnungspolitische Vernunft. Und jetzt stehen wir vor den Trümmern dieser Politik. Die Zeit meldete 72 Tonnen importiertes medizinisches Cannabis im Jahr 24, ein historischer Rekord, ein Anstieg um ca. 129% zu 2023, aber nur 9% mehr Kassenrezepte. Was zeigt uns das? Das zeigt uns, dass die Ampel keinen modernen Markt geschaffen hat, sondern ein Schlupfloch für Missbrauch. Ein Eldorado für Telemedizinportale, die Rezepte ausdrucken wie Parkscheine, die dann in Online-Apotheken kontaktlos eingereicht werden. Und die Folgen spüren wir längst. Die Universität Augsburg berichtete von einer Verdopplung cannabisbedingter Psychosen seit der Legalisierung. Das ist kein Randphänomen, das sind echte Menschen, echte Klinikfälle, echte Schicksale. Reden wir weiter über eine unbequeme Wahrheit. Solange Cannabis legal ist, wird kein Abhängiger plötzlich zum braven Konsumenten im staatlich regulierten Schaufenster. Abhängige kaufen ihren Stoff dort, wo er schneller, billiger, stärker und vor allem ohne jegliche Kontrolle zu bekommen ist. Die Legalisierung war kein Schlag gegen den Schwarzmarkt, im Gegenteil, sie ist ein Konjunkturprogramm für ihn. Wer also weiterhin behauptet, die Legalisierung trockne den Schwarzmarkt aus, der ignoriert schlichtweg die Realität. Lassen Sie mich an dieser Stelle einen Politiker der Union zitieren. Mit der Erlaubnis von Drogen schadet sich Deutschland selbst, gefährdet die Gesundheit der Bevölkerung und insbesondere Kinder und Jugendliche. Das ist ein Irrweg. Es braucht weniger Drogen und nicht mehr. Zitat Ende. Wer hat das wohl gesagt? Richtig, der bayerische Ministerpräsident Markus Söder. Nur geliefert hat er wie so oft leider nicht. Jetzt regieren SPD und Union gemeinsam und es ist absolut begrüßenswert, dass sie versuchen, einige Auswüchse der Vorgängerregierung wieder einzufangen. Wobei hier vermutlich eher die Union den Versuch gestartet hat, da ja die SPD an den Auswüchsen beteiligt war. Wir befürworten natürlich jede Verschärfung. Der persönliche Arztkontakt absolut überfällig. Das Versandhandelsverbot selbstverständlich. Präzise Indikationen eigentlich eine Minimalanforderung an die Medizin. Aber all das wäre nie nötig gewesen, wenn SPD, Grüne und FDP damals Verantwortung gezeigt hätten. All das wäre nicht nötig, wenn Sie, meine Damen und Herren der Regierungsparteien, dem endgültig ein Ende setzen würden. Wir sagen als AfD klar und ohne Umschweife, medizinisches Cannabis, ja, wenn es wirklich dem medizinischen Zweck dient und kontrolliert am Patienten abgegeben wird. Ja, tun wir. Allgemeine Legalisierung, nein, denn sie richtet mehr Schaden an, als sie angeblich Nutzen bringt. Klar ist, wer die Legalisierung entfesselt hat, trägt die Verantwortung für die Folgen. Und genauso klar ist, dass wir die Alternative für Deutschland, sobald wir in Regierungsverantwortung sind, dieses Experiment schnellstmöglich beenden werden.
Für die SPD-Fraktion hat jetzt das Wort der Abgeordnete Matthias David Nieves.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren! Auch wenn es zu später Stunde im Bundestag schon etwas leerer ist, bin ich mir sicher, dass zu Hause an den Bildschirmen viele Menschen heute Abend zuschauen, für die medizinisches Cannabis als Arzneimittel wichtig ist. Bevor wir ins Thema einsteigen, will ich aber noch mal daran erinnern, um wen geht es eigentlich? Es geht hier zuallererst um Patientinnen und Patienten, um Menschen, die krank sind, die Schmerzen haben, die nicht mehr weggehen, die Krankheiten haben, für die sie Linderung brauchen. Es geht um Spastiken, es geht um MS, es geht um Schmerzen, die Linderung brauchen, die nicht durch klassische Therapien angesprochen werden. Und genau für diese Menschen brauchen wir eine gute, eine sichere und eine barrierefreie Versorgung. Bei diesem Thema geht es aber auch um Missbrauch, denn dieser Missbrauch schadet insbesondere den Menschen, die auf Cannabis als Arzneimittel angewiesen sind. Und diesen Missbrauch müssen wir ganz klar adressieren. Es ist falsch, dass man an ein Rezept für Cannabis kommen kann, indem man einfach ein paar Klicks macht, ohne eine Ärztin gesehen zu haben. Es ist genauso falsch, dass man sich mit einem Fake-Namen anonym ein Rezept holt und Cannabis an eine Bushaltestelle liefern lässt. Und es ist genauso falsch, dass es ihre Sonderangebote und Werbeaktionen für Halloween Cannabis Popcorn gibt, wo es dann noch Black Friday Aktionen dazu gibt. Das ist keine Grauzone, das ist nur eines und das ist ganz klar Missbrauch. Wie konkret gehen wir jetzt damit um? Wir brauchen eine Lösung, die auf der einen Seite die Versorgung von Patientinnen und Patienten sicherstellt und auf der anderen Seite Missbrauch gezielt bekämpft. Und ich bin mir sicher, dass wir in den guten Gesprächen, die wir mit unseren geschätzten Kolleginnen und Kollegen der Unionsfraktion begonnen haben, am Ende auch eine Lösung finden, die beides vereint. Dass wir eine Lösung haben für gute Versorgung und die Bekämpfung gezielten Missbrauchs. Das bekommen wir hin und dafür beraten wir jetzt dieses Thema. Wir brauchen in jedem Fall einen ärztlichen Kontakt. Absolut, liebe Ministerin. Aber ein ärztlicher Kontakt kann im Jahr 2025 genauso gut per Videocall stattfinden, denn eine telemedizinische Versorgung gehört zu einer zeitgemäßen Gesundheitsversorgung ganz selbstverständlich dazu. Denn es gibt viele Menschen, die in ländlichen Regionen leben. Die haben nicht in jedem kleinen Dorf eine örtliche Infrastruktur, die die Versorgung im Ort sicherstellt. Und diese Menschen sind auf telemedizinische Angebote angewiesen, genauso wie sie darauf angewiesen sind, dass Apotheken weiterhin medizinisches Cannabis als Arzneimittel versenden können. Diese beiden Elemente brauchen wir, um eine Versorgung für Patientinnen und Patienten sicherzustellen. Wir werden diese Menschen nicht im Stich lassen und sicherstellen, dass wir diese Versorgung auch so hinbekommen. Am Ende geht es darum, dass wir jetzt die Zeit nutzen, beide Ziele zu vereinen. Missbrauch gezielt bekämpfen, Versorgung sicherstellen und ich freue mich auf die anstehenden, sehr konstruktiven Beratungen mit den Kolleginnen und Kollegen aus unseren Koalitionsfraktionen. Bin mir sicher, dass wir am Ende ein Gesetz hinbekommen, was auch beide Ziele sinnvoll sicherstellt. Dankeschön für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Für die Fraktion Bündnis 90 Die Grünen hat jetzt das Wort die Abgeordnete Linda Heidmann.
Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen! Donnerstagnacht, letzter Debattenplatz ab 22:47 Uhr. Warum Sie als Regierung dieses Gesetz so dermaßen unsexy platzieren, obwohl es wirklich viele Leute interessiert, dazu muss ich ehrlich sagen, kann ich nur mutmaßen. Und meine Mutmaßung Nummer 1 ist, dieses Gesetz ist Ihnen ein bisschen peinlich, weil es nämlich unausgegoren ist und Cannabis-Patientinnen stigmatisiert und deren Versorgung de facto verschlechtert. Meine Mutmaßung Nummer 2, vielleicht sind Sie sich auch einfach selbst nicht sicher, ob dieses Gesetz, das einseitig nur für medizinisches Cannabis Verschreibungs- und Versandregeln verschärfen will und für kein anderes Medikament, ob das überhaupt rechts- und europarechtskonform ist. Ich glaube, das müssen wir uns ernsthaft fragen, wenn wir dieses Gesetz weiter beraten. Für mich steht auf jeden Fall fest, Sie stellen mit diesem Gesetz Menschen, die bei der Verschreibung von medizinischem Cannabis auf die Online-Verschreibung setzen unter einen Generalverdacht, das eigentlich gar nicht zu brauchen oder es zu Genusszwecken verwenden zu wollen, was im Übrigen in Deutschland mittlerweile auch erlaubt ist. Und anstatt endlich mal das Kriterium der Austherapiertheit zu hinterfragen, das nämlich ein echtes Problem ist für Menschen, die auf medizinisches Cannabis angewiesen sind, schießen sie sich hier einseitig auf die Online-Verschreibung und den Versand ein. Und das ist einfach der falsche und einseitige Weg. Und ja, auch ich bin dafür, dass es bei der Verschreibung von Medikamenten einen echten Arzt-Patienten-Kontakt geben sollte. Aber wie auch Herr Miebes schon sagte, der kann im Jahr 2025 auch über Video geschehen. Aber dann reformieren Sie bitte auch das gesamte System der Fernverschreibung und nicht nur einseitig hier für Cannabis. Ich will dazu ehrlich sagen, wir haben in Deutschland ein echtes Problem mit Medikamentenabhängigkeit. Schmerzmittel und andere verschreibungspflichtig und abhängig machende Medikamente sind ein deutlich größeres Problem in vielen Fällen als Cannabis. Und was ich in der ganzen Betrachtung auch noch sagen möchte, es gibt in Deutschland außerdem weiterhin Rechtslücken in Bezug auf Werbung. Wir sehen teilweise für Medikamente Werbung auf U-Bahn-Screens, während wir bei Tabak lange daran gearbeitet haben, dass das endlich nicht mehr geschieht. Auch hier sollten wir gucken, dass wir diese Rechtslücken endlich schließen. Von daher lassen Sie uns im Ausschuss dafür sorgen, in den Beratungen, dass dieses Gesetz ganzheitlich und europarechtskonform wird. Oder wenn das nicht klappt, dann lassen wir es am besten. Vielen Dank.
Für die Fraktion Die Linke hat jetzt das Wort der Abgeordnete Ateş-Gürpınar.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, die Regierung wird mit diesem Gesetz den Schwarzmarkt im Land stärken. Sie verschärfen die Regeln dort, wo Menschen heute legal versorgt werden können. Und um in Zukunft weiterhin behaupten zu können, dass Cannabis vor allem illegal bezogen wird. Das ist absurd, aber ein weiteres Ziel dieses Antrags erschließt sich logisch nicht. Denn wenn es Ihnen darum ginge, dass Medizinalcannabis nur zu therapeutischen Zwecken genutzt wird, dann würden Sie einen anderen Weg gehen. Sie würden die legalen Bezugsmöglichkeiten für GenusskonsumentInnen erweitern. Das fehlte schon im Gesetz der Ampel. Die Linke hat genau das angemahnt. Keine Hürden für Cannabis-Social Clubs, Etablierung von Fachgeschäften, das wäre einfach. Stattdessen treiben Sie die Menschen zurück in die Illegalität und nennen das dann Gesundheitsschutz. Wenn Sie aber ein ernsthaftes Interesse daran hätten, gesundheitsgefährdende Medikamente mit Suchtpotenzial einzuhegen, würden Sie nicht bei Cannabis anfangen. Knapp 3 Millionen Menschen in Deutschland haben einen problematischen Medikamentenkonsum. Die Zahl der Toten durch Medikamentenmissbrauch jedes Jahr fünfstellig. An Cannabis sterben jedes Jahr 0 Menschen. Und ausgerechnet da fangen Sie an, das ist lächerlich, Frau Wagen, das ist lächerlich. Wenn Sie den Versandhandel auch bei anderen Medikamenten einhegen würden, sehr gut, aber das machen Sie nicht. Wenn Sie legale Bezugsmöglichkeiten von Cannabis schaffen würden, sehr gut, aber das machen Sie nicht. Wissen Sie, ich bin ja gar nicht immer gegen Verbote. Privatjets, Flugverbote, sinnvoll. Extreme Vermögenskonzentrationen zu verbieten, wäre sinnvoll. Waffenexportverbote, sinnvoll. AfD-Verbotsverfahren, ja, können wir auch sinnvoll nennen. Aber Ihre Verbote fangen regelmäßig da an, wo Logik aufhört. Sie verbieten Cannabis, um illegale, verbotene Märkte zu fördern. Das ist so absurd und dennoch schöne Feiertage. Vielen Dank.
Der Abgeordnete Dr. Hans Theis hat seine Rede zu Protokoll gegeben und damit schließe ich die Aussprache. Interfraktionell wird Überweisung des Gesetzentwurfs auf Drucksache 3061 an die in der Tagesordnung aufgeführten Ausschüsse vorgeschlagen. Gibt es weitere Überweisungsvorschläge? Das ist nicht der Fall, dann verfahren wir wie vorgeschlagen. Wir sind am Schluss der heutigen Tagesordnung angekommen. Ich berufe die nächste Sitzung des Deutschen Bundestages ein auf morgen, Freitag, den 19. Dezember 2025 um 9 Uhr. Ich wünsche Ihnen einen schönen Abend und schließe hiermit die Sitzung.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys. Yeah, something to share with you, and we're gonna close the live stream, and I gonna close the live stream. So that because I just found that my title was wrong, and that was 5-7, and like the number was always remember me and what's going on and etc. But they always say it's okay, it's fine, it doesn't matter, but it really matters, and that's why we currently now to we currently to close the live stream, and absolutely no one wants to that cost efficiently to do things like but whatsoever, and let's just close the live stream and potentially and open another one. But if it is not possible, also really not matter, but we're gonna open another one. But I just first have a little break. Actually, I'm not tired. But if we need to open another one, it's kind of like devastating. So if for example, like the people who have the war memory, and like in our judge, like Second World War and the First World War and etc. And that's really somehow in some extent you cannot pretend that other things haven't happened, and so that the problem is that the problem is that if for example like my host Ma, for example, honestly, absolutely I will not let she not enter into the war, right? So the people who naturally have this kind of benefits from the university and gonna not have the home to live in, or you mean something else? Okay, whatsoever. And yeah, we this semester have this course theory of warfare, and particularly change that, just change that and continually live stream that because that's important. Or we just write like uh, 50 have and Schweizer. Okay, cool. So we can continue now. And the problem is that we this semester have this series of war and peace. I first time noticed that which in Germany this war pain memory, and when they come over on the surface, and sometimes it's yeah. But this could also not only be relevant with Ukraine, like recent warfare, and so that I really wondering at one point, because the problem is that why in Germany, like this kind of capitalism, Gesellschaft, the society, and why they at all can repeat this kind of dream state, like subconsciousness, like a memory. You know that the things already happened for many years, but you kind of repeat it. You kind of think that again, and this kind of memory will surrounding you, and also your host students, for example, and they also have the that could be the reason, and that they have also the similar sometimes like similar perception about one thing, like for example sorry I was laughing now, and so yeah. So we don't close this, or we will not close the live stream. But this semester they have the difficult function. Let's say that is kind of the economic theory based in the East European countries, and which I could think of like the conflict between the East European countries, Macedonia, and uh, and Moldova, for example. But they recently really don't have that much conflicts. But I think that so that they are not counting into this kind of like game theory based equilibrium, and the game theory, and within the class, and like the game tree, and yeah, I don't really understood that, but I think that I thought that was not very difficult. I know that it's not very difficult. The reason is about the payoff and etc. There are only two ways, like formula E, and so this is very different now what we experience actually in China, because they usually don't have those subconsciousness was yeah, kind of kind of linked together, and more or less, and I have the same fear about that, and but for example, like in the country in Western, and that's important, and for the countries who are actually in the West Europe, and they somehow and have the common share, more share in the common conscious space, for example. And I even haven't noticed, but in that time, like they are more focused on the mind level, and instead of also the reality, but they're kind of society already very solid, so that the things was not very easy to change, right? And that's why sometimes in their country, and they sharing more subconsciousness, and they think that the conscious was more important than those who think the reality drives, and so drives, and so it seems like they are separate as individual, but they actually share the common conscious level. But in China, is like everyone wants to have their own, and like separated everything, like conscious is conscious, and one's conscious is not another one's conscious, for example. But yeah, there is no bad actually. So there is there is no such but and if or when and etc. There is only current, right, and present. So from my point of view, I was my host family would have this experience in the wartime, and then during my B study at university, and in student Wohnheim, there, and like 20 students, almost 20 students, sharing one kitchen. But I haven't really have that conscious that those who share the common kitchen and was sharing too much. Like for example, like upon the professor Gassegger, Immanuel Gassegger, he was indicated or he was mentioned. Like for example, if you really want to share that, and sometimes you feel happy, and this kind of this kind of about happiness, and if they distribute it to 10%, 20%, even they are not cook that frequently, and then how long you think that your study gonna be, and yeah, so that's the reason. But your subconsciousness was very flourish, and the reason is that you can gain a lot of confidence that in the soul level. But why is that matters in that time, and in for example, like in the examination time period, and all this kind of fear coming together, and sometimes you don't know whether this kind of warfare's fear gonna coming up to your reality, and etc. Will have the consequences. Like if you don't focus on something else, and then this kind of fear can imply to something, some other things, for example. So that is not very non-dangerous, I will say. But yeah. So yeah, let's continue and follow this.
So there were two fatal years in the
我想到 OK，我们先休息一下。 Okay, guys. Bye.